All right, we're getting ready to go live here. Don't know how the sounds right now. We just switched out the computers and everything. All right. Welcome back. I see Mad Dog Jeff here, Havoc, Cyber, Howie, Killa. Thank you for being here and in the chat. Cool. It's always good to hear that it says that it sounds fine. It's going to be a bit weird now because I had to move monitors around and everything because with the new computer, we found out that our existing webcam, for some reason, doesn't like AMD. So we switched over. Hey, Rye Guy, how you doing? Unfortunately, it means my chat is now over here. But got the new camera. Hope it looks good. If not better than the old one. So, give a few minutes for people to come in here and everything. Killa, got to see your stream earlier today. That was actually very interesting on the P2S. Coming a bit different than when it does with the combo. If you guys haven't seen it, go check out his print. Hey Armor, how you doing? I'm honestly not sure, Killa, how many wolves are in that tapestry. This point, I think it's actually just a mountainscape. Thank you for calling me out on that. We do now have a name for producer. He's going by James Cube. So if you hear me shout out James, it's the guy behind the camera that's controlling everything. And, you know, I think that's actually our first time with the little subscription notifications that it actually showed up. So happy to see that's working. Let's see here. A little bit of housekeeping from last time. I wanted to thank Armor 3D. I did find the little tape measure that you told me about. It makes me feel like a giant, but it does exactly what I needed. You have, I don't know if we can see it, but I'll show it up on the top cam here later. It has both imperial and metric on it. 2 meters. Perfectly good, and if you need it, just clips to your keychain. So for those that were telling me last stream, I did go through, get the Loctite. I Loctited the frame. I also learned I hate liquid Loctite. I've always either had stuff pre-Loctited or had a gel. And I will make sure to buy the gel next time I do this because this stuff makes a mess. Killa, yes, it is the Milwaukee one. And Armor 3D, yeah, it is tiny and cute. This stream, so Loctite stick, yeah, I've definitely got to get myself one of those, Killa. Because this stuff just gets everywhere and makes a mess. All right. So what we're going to be doing this stream, or at least the plan, because if everything goes as planned, this is how it'll go. We're getting the Z drives, the Z rails, the idlers in, and hopefully the deck. This time, I remember my little grease applicator, and I have my grease. It is an NLGI2. It is also high temperated, so it can actually handle what the hot end puts out. We have our isopropyl alcohol, so we can clean the rails. And our pine sol, so we should have everything we need to be able to do these rails this time, unlike last time. I do apologize about that. Going through, I guess only thing left to do really is to get started. Let me move the keyboard and stuff off of the table because I'm not going to need the keyboard. But going through here, our first step is we've got to sit here and clean these rails. So I did not do this off camera because one of the things I wanted to do on these streams is show the full process. So many streams I've watched, they go through and it's hey, I'm going to take care of doing this off stream because sometimes it can be a bit boring and repetitive. But I feel being able to see it on someone's stream is a worthy thing to learn because you do have a lot of new builders, myself included. This is actually my first time building one of these outside of an Ender 3 or something like that comes pretty much pre-assembled. So going through and showing, even if it's your first time building one of these, you don't have to be afraid. There are plenty of people out there that have video tutorials on how to do this. Finding out and doing and getting video tutorials on how to clean the rails, but having one place to go, that's what I figured I can sit here and add to our community. Killa, I know how it can be now that I'm sitting here starting to get into this, extending those streams by doing this, but I'd taken this into account for mine, so that's what I figured I'd do. So we have our rails. Get them on our top down over here. We have all of our rails. Now what I've done is I've picked up some little shop towels here because while something like a paper towel and all that will work, since we're going to be working with grease and things of that nature, I wanted the lint-free shop towels. That way, once we get grease on our hands and everything, because professional streamer, I forgot my nitrile gloves at home. I think James might have some nitrile gloves, so he's going to go look for those. But having some nice lint-free paper towels, or shop towels in this case, can go a long way because you're taking all the time to clean your rails. I don't know about you, but I don't want little fibers all up in them if I can avoid it. This is weird this time because since I moved that screen, I have to look at different places when I'm talking to you guys and when I'm reading chat. And we have nitrile gloves. Thank you, James. Ooh, fancy too. They're going to match the color of the printer. Okay. Cyber, the work area is blocked by the face cam. I'm actually going to be working over here. Right now, I'm just kind of getting things prepped. So, but the actual work area is going to be over here. At this, Mad Dog, I will give James a raise. He gets a 200% raise right now. Unfortunately, his current salary is 0, so but let's get this frame off the table as we do the cleaning. John, what we're doing is we are building a Voron 2.4 350 millimeter. Today we're going to be going over and let me scroll up here so you can kind of see. We're going to be putting in the Z rails, the Z motor mounts, the idlers, and the deck. We're just about to get ready to start cleaning our rails. Got to open those up, but something I forgot to do was open my Mountain Dew. I mean, this week we're going Baja Blast. Oh, that's so good. Hopefully one of these weeks I can get my favorite Mountain Dew and get that live wire, but I've got to go an entire state away to get that. So like I said, I am a Milwaukee fan, so all right, so we're going to get our shop towels down so that way I don't get as much on the table, but this is a work table and it was built for that purpose. Something to keep an eye out for the new builders. There are tiny ball bearings in these things. They do make little followers that you can use to get the rail off to clean. I'm going to be cleaning it on the rail, but keeping these stoppers in on the very end can be very helpful. So that way, if you accidentally tilt it, it's not going to fall out. So with this, we've got our isopropyl alcohol. We've got a spare shop towel. Repo is actually going to be hopping in and out of here, Mad Dog. He actually let me know beforehand he is working tonight. And right now what I'm doing is I'm going to get ready to flush any of the oils that come from manufacturing. John, this is a kit. It is an LDO kit. I purchased this one myself from West 3D. So right now we're just going to get any of the oils that come in from the manufacturing process. From what I understand, LDO is actually usually pretty good on their rails about not having stuff like that and having a pretty good rail already set up. This actually feels quite smooth. Sounds quite smooth, but there's no harm in redoing the lubrication and getting it done. So with this, to clean it, just some isopropyl alcohol. I actually sit here and started my 3D printing journey with resin 3D printing. So I buy this stuff in bulk. This is a 99% isopropyl alcohol. So we're just going to spray it on there, let it get in there, wipe it off. And then what we're going to use for our lubricant is some NLGI #2 lubricant. This one actually is a higher temperature one. Most people, you'll see a lot of times the Mobile X EP2 is what they use. This is what I just happen to be able to get my hands on around. Interesting thing about it, I don't know if that color will show up on stream, but it's kind of a cerulean. RJ, I actually found my isopropyl alcohol. Believe it or not, it's not sold by them anymore. But Amazon. Get up here. Amazon used to sell it. This stuff came in these little bottles. And for the price, you got like, I think it was something like 12 or 18 bottles for like $22. So it actually worked out really well. Unfortunately, Amazon decided to stop selling it. So let's go ahead and spray these down here real quick. Come on. Always love new spray bottles. There we go. We're just going to get this in there so it can get really nice and deep. Slide our carriage back and forth a bit so we can work into those bearings so we can get rid of any possible grit or anything. Then wipe down our rails. Again, I'm using a shop towel because I don't want those fibers coming in here. RJ, you have a lot of people to come up here and raid. John, 91% does work just as well. Especially even 70% can work very well for isopropyl alcohol. 99% is considered medical grade, and things of that nature because it is so pure. But 91%, 70, even down to 70% works perfectly fine. In resin 3D printing, you're literally using it just to dissolve, not dissolve, but to create a solution and absorb the excess resin. So that way, when you take it out of the isopropyl alcohol bath, it's nice and clear. But even then, drying it, you can sit here and either wipe it down, let it air dry, or if you need a quick dry, believe it or not, a heat gun on low power or even a hair dryer can sit here and just dry that off really quick, so that way you can just get to curing a resin print, or in this case, we just wipe this down. So our next thing to do, there are a few different ways that I've seen about getting grease into these, because what we're going to do now is pack these. You can take it off the rail and sit here and run your finger along it. Be very careful not to lose those ball bearings to get them in, or do the method or I'm going to do, where you get one of these holes lined up in the back, and you push in the grease until it starts coming out of the two sides, and then just work it along until then. But all right, so I have never done this before, so let's see how this goes. All right, so you see we got it to the point where it just started coming out the top there. That lets us know that it's getting in there pretty good. Then we're going to move it back and forth, let it work in there. And that is feeling nice and smooth. Then once you're done, take and wipe off any excess. I was watching some streams the other day, some of the cheaper, like Chinese style rails and stuff like that. It apparently used to be a real problem, especially with steel rails that were unprotected. You would want to take some of the grease and get it into the actual little, you'd want to get it into the little grooves here. So that way it can help prevent rust. With stainless steel rails, not so much of an issue nowadays. But what we are going to do is take a nice little fine tip here, and we're going to use that in the hole where we put the grease to get some of that out. Let's see here. Other thing I want to do, I want to thank not James, but my actual partner. It is their birthday today. So if you guys want to give them some birthday wishes, but they sat here and knew I just started this and were okay with me coming on and doing the stream and everything. So want to give them a happy birthday and a shout out to them. I do not think they are in chat, but it's always nice to celebrate a birthday, because anytime you have a birthday means another year you've lived on this planet. So that's always a good thing. So one rail down, 3 to go. Yeah, RJ, hopefully one of these days I can get to the point where I can sit here to where I can start doing those giveaways, but I'm not quite at that point yet. That will be a huge milestone for me if I can sit here and get to the point where I can start doing some giveaways. All right, so we're going to go ahead and soak our little rail again. Hey, Shrimp Father, how you doing? Now, I'm still getting used to this. I know some of you guys we know your names. I don't know whether you want to be called by your handle or if you prefer your actual name. If you have a preference, let me know. RJ, I completely agree with you on the people just tuning in for the giveaways. I've actually had many conversations with James here about different ways that we can do it. One of the ways I was thinking is, hey, the way that Modbot does it, where it's, hey, not until like the 30 minutes before does he post the link for the giveaway, as well as, Killa that's here in chat does the second part of, hey, you want to win, you gotta be here. But at that point, that's a future thing at this point, because I've got to get to the point where I am at a point where I can do a giveaway. So kind of a cart before the horse type thing right now. But yeah, there have definitely been some talks about future plans and everything to sit here and go through. All right, just wiping down this excess alcohol. And now we're going to take our grease, get it lined up on that hole, and force it in there. This would work a lot better if I had a finer tip, but the baby dropper was the finest tip thing I could find. So if you can get something that can actually fit easily inside those holes, that makes this, from what I've seen, a lot easier. There we go. It started coming out the sides now. We're going to give it a little bit of a wipe down. Run it back and forth to get it all in those bearings that are in there, because as we're doing this, those bearings are actually making kind of an oval loop inside of there. This is just dispersing that grease all throughout it. And you can see you get a bit of extra on the side. You just come through, wipe them down, and you can actually see that color of the grease really nicely. It's kind of unique to not see just the plain clear grease that you see on a lot of people's builds. Doesn't really make a difference as long as your grease doesn't have additives or something like that that can be abrasive or corrosive. And then we're just taking out a little bit of extra with our fine tip. Because we don't want that spreading across the face of our rail, because while it won't do harm, it doesn't look nice. Something I've got to do, and I've got to get James to remind me of, is we need a trash can in. So, John, believe it or not, I am actually a new builder. This is my first time working with this. I've seen a bunch of people do the flushing and all that with just one of the bottles that has a little squirt on tops. And I figured, hey, that can get a bit messy, a bit excessive on the use. Spray bottle does the same thing. It gets down in there. and allows it to pick up any debris or anything that you have, and does exactly what we need. It flushes it out. That's going over there. And let's grab ourselves another rag. So that is number 2 done. Let's see. Uh-oh, Shrimp Father, I think I'm gonna have to look back here and see why you are laughing. Let's see here. Mad Dog, I like the way you think. You know, come to these streams, come for entertainment, come to learn. If someone happens to be doing a giveaway, you know, that's a bonus. But being there to support the creators and everything and enjoy what we do as a community, that's the big thing. Let's see here. And Shrimp Father, you're just here to at people. Hey, there's no problem with just being here to at people. Getting a chance to hang out with friends and talk to people. No harm, no shame in that. John, as far as getting down there better than a squirt bottle, once you get it on there thick enough, especially around the carriage, I am brain farting on the term, but the surface tension of the liquid and everything can actually help it get down with the capillary effect. Because it is so small, it'll actually get in there itself due to the capillary effect. My producer James is asking me to explain the capillary effect. So for those that you don't know, when you have a small enough surface, the surface tension will actually sit here and tend to drag liquids along them. Hence, you know, your blood vessels, capillaries. How do you think the blood gets through it? It's actually being drawn through due to its small size. Oh, Mad Dog, you enjoy the banter and picking on Repo? I think that's fair game. I mean, this is revenge for Armor. You know, RJ picks on Armor 3D all the time. Now people get to pick on him in chat. All right, just wiping down that excess. All right, and let's get some more of this in here. We have one more to do after this. All right, we started showing off the sides. We're gonna go back and forth, get it all in there. Yeah, Havoc, I'm full of surprises. You come for a stream on building a 3D printer and you get a science lesson out of it. Well, let's face it, you know, we do science here. We're all mini engineers and take care of doing a bit of mechanical engineering and everything. So why not add some other kind? David makes it too easy to make fun of him. Yeah, but RJ, all David has to come back with you on is, you know, Florida Man. So unfortunately, the news has ruined that for us. I will say I am happy that James here had the nitrile gloves, because this would get messy fast. Okay, and our last rail for this part of the build is good. So I will sit here and say, I'm pretty sure I said it last stream, the amount of things that streamers have to keep track of as they're doing this, you know, where they should be looking, talking to the audience, keeping up with chat as you're sitting here looking down building. It can be a lot. So it's starting this journey has given me some new appreciation for what they do. But going through here, anybody got any builds or anything going on right now? Anything that they're proud of? Yeah, any prints? I can't wait to get you a microphone, James. Wonder how long this stream delay is here. All right, let me get this in here real quick. Perfect. Almost as if I planned it. John, trying to finish your switch wire? That seems like a really cool build. Maybe one of these days I'll get to one. Mad Dog, you got a 2.4 the other day and you're waiting for it to arrive? I know that feeling. When I finally got up enough to order this one, I sat here and got it, and then we've been working on building this channel. So it sat for like a month at my house as I was waiting for this channel to get set up. Been talking to a few people. I know Havoc sat here and was like, I don't know how I could wait that long to get this thing built, but I had a goal in mind. And with that goal, I sat here and gave me a bit of patience, but now that I've started building it, I have been itching this entire week to get back to building this thing. Let's see here. For those of you that were here last stream, we did change out that opening stream starting. We got animated. What'd you guys think? I have not really heard too much on feedback from anybody yet. The last stream we were static. This stream we animated it. Mad Dog, charge repo and you get the printer. Sounds like a fair deal, right? Okay, well, I'm just getting the last bit of this grease out of these holes. And then we're gonna pull up what our next step is. Oh yeah. So yeah, we got a few upgrades here on the stream. We sat here and upgraded the computer because we found out that, hey, the little laptop we were running on before just didn't quite have enough GPU to really go. So upgraded to a new computer with an actual dedicated GPU. So it can now run our monitors and should be fine. We upgraded the little stream cards and everything. So they've gone from the static image to now our starting streaming and be right back is actually animated. So that was a fun little find to have. So yeah, if you missed the starting stream, if we need to take a break, the be right back is very similar, but it's just to be right back. So James, can you switch over to the computer, make it big? So with this, we finished doing our linear rail preparation. Now we're going to get to do the mounting. For this, we do have, switch back to the top down. Little guides so that these fit around the 2020 extrusions of the frame and let us line up the rails, hopefully center. With our little craft, you know, we try to get things as precise as possible, but can't always get it exactly precise. But a lot of times close enough is good enough. Oh. What's the old saying? The enemy, perfection is the enemy of good enough. While I'd like to be this to be as perfect as possible, if you strive for perfection, you'll never finish it. All right, let's pull our frame back up here. And I'm actually going to tilt it so that our back is face down, because we're going to be putting our rails just like this. And so because of that, it makes it a bit easier to have the back facing up like that. But what we need to do is we need to get our rolling T-nuts. I actually took the time to sort everything out. So these are our rolling T-nuts. These are M5s. But I just realized I grabbed the wrong T-nuts, because these are held on with M3s. So give me a second here. All the preparation I went through, ended up grabbing the wrong bag. There we go. M3s. Right, let's turn that right side up for you guys. Yep. So there's our M3 nuts. Howie, I'm right there with you. We can't, you know, Steve does some amazing builds, but I can only imagine the amount of time and effort that he puts into that. And I'd love to be able to do that at times. And I'm trying to get it as good as I can. But especially he's built probably tens of 3D printers at this point, and he's had tons of experience. I'm still fairly new. So, all right, with these, we don't need to go in every single hole. If you guys can see down there in the bottom corner, it is every other that we're going to be going in. I know a lot of you guys know this. I'm seeing a lot of familiar names, but there are people that haven't built these before, so I want to make sure they know. So let's see here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Are we off? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, I believe we are. Yep. So we'll double up in the center. Howie, Steve definitely has a gift for this. All right, so let's roll in our nuts here. All right. So a little thing I have seen on people's streams is you can kind of hold the rail kind of up to it, kind of to line it up as you're going, or right next to it even. Kind of helps you get it lined up, make it easier to find those T-nuts after the rail is on. But if anybody has any questions, or you're seeing something I'm doing wrong or anything, or has any advice, feel free to reach out and chat, because I am new to this and I will make mistakes. And I know that there is a delay, but hey, any help you guys can give. And you know what? No, we're going to keep it that way. Oh, RJ, the amount of times I went through and watched the builds of Steve, Nero, just to kind of get a basis on, hey, how can we go? Well, Howie, if you ever want to sit here and build a Voron, we're getting a nice guide here. From what I understand, they're pretty similar. The Trident is a bit of a simpler build from what I've been led to believe, but I sat here and decided to go all in on my first build. So let's see here. If we go every other one here, that's going to leave us a gap of 2 in the middle. So I'm going to ask the expertise of you guys. You think it's better to have the ends supported, or leave one end partially not supported all the way to the end, but go strictly every other one? Where did there's my rails. Get a drink here. Sorry about that. I love my Mountain Dew, and talking dries out the mouth. Oh, Repo, you want a picture of yourself right here? All right. Yeah, unfortunately, Howie, what I'm running into is if I go every other one, I've got these 2 right here in the middle that won't be supported. So I can either leave those 2 unsupported and stick it to every other one, but these outside 2 are supported, or I can move this all down so that like this very top one isn't supported, but there's one right down from it. So let's see here. If we were to go and get the outsides, I can always skip one farther down, probably closer to the top, because this is a fixed bed. Yeah, let's try that. we're going to go and move these down. So I'm going to leave a bit of a gap here. That way the absolute ends are supported with two, little bit of a gap, and then we keep every other one there. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to take and kind of line these things up, because once I get everything lined up here, we are going to then sit here and get some screws in there, but not necessarily tighten them down. So that way, once the screws are in there, I can kind of move it around, because we do need a 3mm gap down here. All right. Now, I'm not sure about this. So, John Doe, yes, I do have the alignment tools. Got two of them right here, so I can do each end. We just have our working on getting everything lined up here so the screws can go in fairly easy. Those look pretty good. We will put these in here, and I am honestly not sure, but I know you guys will tell me if I should. Should we Loctite into these? So Mad Dog, with the kit that I ordered from West 3D, not only did it come with the tools for the rail alignment, it came with, let me see if I can find it here. It came with a little gap, the gapper for when you're putting on your idlers onto your stepper motors. And they were even nice enough. Let me find this. To print out the extra heat press insert tester. That way, if you needed some practice or you wanted to check to make sure that your soldering iron was set to the right temperature to put in heat sets, they printed that out as well for you. Yeah, West 3D has done a great job at getting these printed parts, or supplying the printed parts and printing those. I honestly wasn't sure when I started unboxing all the printed parts if they were going to come when I started building this. And I was like, oh, that's going to be fun to sit here and try to go. But they took the time, they printed those out, and I didn't even buy the optional kit. This was just the functional parts kit, and they put all this in there with it. All right. So my fingers aren't sizzling, Howie. Does that mean it's not ready? Okay, so what we need, we've got our rail on there, and we need M3 by 8 socket heads. I'm pretty sure I pulled these aside, but if not, I get to go screw hunting. M3 by 16s. All right. there might be 1 or 2 and 3x8s in this. All right, John Doe, have fun on the walk. Exercise is important. Okay, so let me grab our little hex drivers, and we're not gonna tighten these. We're just gonna get them kind of started, so that way when I move the entire rail, it'll move everything with it. That way I can tighten them down nice and tight once I get that 3mm spacing proper. Yeah. James, that you are correct. I haven't heard anything, so we're doing a no on the Loctite, because if I can avoid this stuff, I will. I've got to get myself a Loctite stick, because that stuff is a nightmare. It gets everywhere. Box and try. All right, so Howie, if you have room, lay the bags out in size groups or on a tray or table. I left mine in a box and had to keep digging through. So yeah, Howie, I sat here and did try to line things up over here on this off screen to the side, but still, even with them laid out, I didn't go as far as doing it by the sizes, so I'm still having to do a bit of hunting when I try to find them. But that is a very good advice for next time. I'm gonna sit here and go super organized, and hey, here's all my M3s all in a row, and here's all my M5s all in a row. That sounds like it'd make this so much easier. Havoc, I know you love those Ferrari drawers. Eventually, I'm probably going to actually do some sort of drawer system for under here to hold tools and stuff like that. That way they don't have to hang out on my tabletop and take up space. Yeah, I need the printer to print the stuff so I can build it, or so I can put it on there. Let's see here. I'll have those Ferrari drawers been working out for you, Havoc. I know you're printing out quite a few of them. My producer is telling me, let's see here. Nothing wrong with being a Chaos Goblin, Howie. I like living in chaos. If you were to ask my partner, you know, how do I live the way that I do? It's like, I know exactly where everything is. You may not be able to find it, but it makes sense up here. So let me grab my calipers here. Nope. The spacing tool that they give is for spacing out your idlers. Not for this little one, but guys got a nice little Ardell pair of calipers, digital calipers. Got to zero them out, and what we're gonna do is find out where our 3mm point is. Yeah, this is the rough spot. There we go, 3mm. And then we're gonna lock this down and hope that is really small. I might need another way to do this. Your work. So Repo, your wife's not allowed in your office. You know where everything is as long as it still stays in that chaotic mess. I know exactly how you feel there. And Howie, your work van looks like a homeless camp. I can relate to that. All right, so the caliper method is not going to do for me because can't spread out far enough really to get this in to the little gap we have down here. Get there, but I believe I might have another solution for us because I'm pretty sure I brought my feeler gauges with me. So let me take a look here. Success! Feeler gauges. So if you guys don't know what these are, I use these on my ender for finding out for gauging how far away the tip of the hot end is from the plate, and it allows me to get that 0.2 millimeter because some of these are very thin. So if I can, I might be able to get some of these stacked up enough that they come to 3 millimeters. But I'm gonna need a calculator for that because I don't want to do math in my head. Let's pull up a calculator. And we're gonna grab the keyboard and just try some of these. So we have 0.04. Plus 0.08 plus 0.1. I wish I had done these calculations beforehand. It would be nice to have something that I knew was 3 millimeters right off the bat. Let's see here, plus 0.25 plus, oh, I got 2 0.25s. All right, so I have exactly 2 millimeters there. Now I need the rest of it. So 0.3. .35. So what is left? 5. So that's, I need another 0.35. I might not be able to get close because 0.4 would give me over. But what I can do, I had 2 of the 0.25s in there. So if I get rid of that, I needed minus 0.25. 0.4, so I need a 0.6. so many. 0.65, 0.63, 0.6. There we go. So with those feeler gauges, the tip of those should be exactly 3 millimeters. So what we're going to do is just take that, put it down here at the bottom, slide our entire thing down, which should have slid all of our T-nuts and everything. And then we want to tighten from the inside out. So I'm going to tighten, going to get our guides back on here. While I'm pushing down, I'm going to find our center one and give that a good tighten to hold it so I can stop pushing down against those feelers, and that should give us exactly 0.3. Pacer or Pat Racer could use the threaded part of a 3 millimeter bolt. I could. I wish that would have been a good thing to think of earlier. Oh, James is laughing at me like, oh, you idiot, that's an obvious solution. We're just going from the inside out, alternating every other one. Getting this tightened down. Almost there. But now, thankfully, since I have that 3 millimeters already done out, the next 3 will hopefully be a lot easier. All right. Moving pretty smooth. We look like we're pretty even there. And then I've got our little stoppers here on, so if I need to flip it up or anything, our carriage will not fall off our rails. So let's turn this around to make it a bit easier on me to work. And we're going to go through and do it all over again. Okay. Oh, okay. So Havoc, I just came back and saw yours. Those Ferrari drawers are looking good, and they can sit here, and apparently PLA or PETG works fine with them. So you can make them out of pretty much anything. So yeah, you've shown me somewhat what those drawers looks like, and they are quite functional. So if anybody's looking for a nice set of drawers to print up, you know, Havoc's been telling me about these Ferrari drawers, and he can't stop saying enough good things about them. James, yep, that's exactly it. So the way you spell it, Jerrari. If James can actually, Havoc, do they have a website, or are they just on printables? Oh, Captain Kernan Projects have both used them? Okay, so they're on printables and they have their own website. Let me see if my... There we go. My producer found it. He's going to post a link in chat here for us. Ow. That hurt my ears. I'm sorry if that hurt your guys' ears. Let me move this up. 1, 2. Yeah, if anybody's interested in some shop organization, because, you know, we've been talking about the chaos that we keep our stuff in. That's a nice little method to keep things organized. Eventually, what I'm hoping to do is this little back wall here. I'm going to go and try to do multi-board. Because, yes, I know a lot of people are doing it, but before they started becoming popular, I had sat here and my partner had told me about them and said, hey, you should print these. Which kind of turned into a voluntold, you're going to print these for me so that way I can sit here and that way they can sit here and use them for their own little thing. Let me see here. We have a different amount of holes on this one? Or did I... Let me see here. Line it all up here real quick. Ah, that's what happened. I started... Okay, those are lined up, and on this one, we took this one down. And we skipped right there on the other side. So that way, if we're going to skip it on one side, I'm going to try to keep it the same on the other. Those play converters that we see on YouTube all the time with the little shifting. Yeah, I think I remember you showing me how just the built-in mechanism that they were using for latching was breaking on you. Okay. Let's try to get these things lined up before... Well, that's a terrible thing. Spend all this time with the lint-free brush just to sit here and look at it and like, oh, there's a beard hair. Let me rotate this way. That way that's not on. There we go. That's a bit better. Now I can sit here and see you guys, and I don't have this thing in the way. Trying to learn these things. Okay, so give me a second here. I might go a little bit silent here as I'm concentrating. I do apologize. I'm going to try to fill it in with some mindless banter. Okay, so we've got those in. So now we're going to do the same thing and look from the top down and get everything kind of lined up. Make it a bit easier for us. To get those screws in. And all I'm doing is I'm just taking this little hex driver and kind of going in and shifting the rolling nut. All right. If anybody here is a fan of musicals, or Broadway shows, my James here wants me to talk about Havoc. I will say, if you like them, does any? I hope there's no magic smoke coming from my ears. If you give me a bit, I can make some magic smoke. But he wants me to talk about Wicked, which we just went and saw the other day in theaters. I can say, if you've seen the first one, I really liked the first one. The second one does a very good job at wrapping up the story. It's not as exciting as the first one was, I will say that. But if you've never listened to the Broadway show or watched the Broadway show or sat here and read the books, there are some interesting twists that happen in the second one that I was not expecting. Give me a second here. I need to get... There we go. Yeah. RJ, I have not fried my brain yet. Give me a bit. I might. But that's just what we need. Florida man fries his brain trying to put together a 3D printer. Okay. Getting this thing. Started on our screws. Nope, that one is definitely not lined up. There we go. Hey RJ, how goes your quest for that 24-hour stream? You gotten anyone that's willing to do it yet? Anybody have any movies or anything that they're looking forward to coming out this year? I know, what is it? Zootopia 2 comes out here in a few days. Videos with kids are probably going to go see those, or people like me that are big Disney fans. So, unfortunately, this year we did not up our Disney annual pass because Disney is going through so many changes at their park right now that the value wasn't there. RJ, we do have to make ARF happen. For those of you that don't know, RJ and I have been talking about how there's no Rep Rap Festival pretty much in the southern continental US. They're all up in the northern half, and there's a lot of people in Florida. People come to Florida for vacation. It's good all year round, but you know, we need a name for it. Well, if you're going to do something in Florida, one of the first things that comes to most people's minds is alligator. So Alligator Rep Rap Festival. That way down here a bit farther south in the country, we can sit here and have a Rep Rap Festival too. That way we don't have to travel up to, say, Philadelphia or Indiana or... I'm not sure where the Rocky Mountain one is. Don't know what state that's in, but You know, it'd be nice to have a 3D printing festival down here in the South that, you know, we can all gather around at. Some of the vendors are probably like, please no, that's another place I have to travel, but you'd be traveling to Florida. I mean, you're going there for work and then you get vacation afterwards. I'd say it's a win-win on everything. As long as we don't do it in the middle of the summer. If we do it in the middle of the summer, nobody's going to like it because it's going to be hot and miserable. Because you cannot survive in Florida without an air conditioner. Or let me rephrase that. You can survive in Florida without an air conditioner. You're going to hate yourself for it, but you can do it. All right, so let's push this thing down again. Get our 3 millimeters. Go to our center one. Get that kind of tightened down. Give us a good point. We can take that out. Get our 2 centers, and then we're just gonna, again, walk it out. Let's see here. RJ's quest for 24 hours. He hasn't heard anything on it yet. He was hoping for last night with projects. Oh, you made us deal with David? Oh. I was saying, I know Armor was sitting here. He was pretty adamant about you being the president of his fan club last stream. You know, it would be kind of weird if, you know, that 24-hour stream you wanted happened on someone besides his. So this, I do have to ask for the people that are in here. I kind of picked this time arbitrarily because it was, you know, a bit later in the evening for me. But, you know, a lot of the big streamers sat here and still got their streams out. Like Killa does his right in the morning. Grant from 3D Musketeers does his in the afternoon. Steve Builds does his in the afternoon for me. So, you know, it's kind of after that. Is this a good time for people? Is there another time that might work better for some people? While this is the best time that works for me and my producer, because we typically have Mondays off, we can always sit here and see about possibly doing streams another night. No promises at this point. ARP in January repo. I was gonna say January. Well, Mad Dog, you're usually working right now. I was there. Are you at a job that you can just watch, or if you are, I am jealous. I wish I had time to watch on my streams. The only thing I can do is listen because I drive around a lot for my work. Yeah, unfortunately, Mad Dog, if only we could sit here and watch streams all day. That'd be amazing. Be able to watch streams, sit here and, you know, get entertainment that way. If I could do that, I'd get a lot skinnier though. My partner might actually like that if I got a bit skinnier. That's it. Quit the job. Instant diet. Okay, let's flip this over so we can do our rails on the other side now. All right, so now we have this on here. So we're gonna put in our roll-in nuts again. Let's see, Mad Dog, you do the detailing for structural steel. You have 3 monitors in front of me and one in front of you, and one is for streams. I am honestly not familiar with that profession. Are you talking for like the structural steel? Are you talking for like I-beams and stuff like that, or is this like pre-manufactured walls and things of that nature? Airplanes? What kind of things are we talking about? If you can tell us, Mad Dog. And well, let me rephrase that. If you can tell us and you're willing to talk about it, because I don't want to make anybody talk about something they're not comfortable talking about. Let's see here. Lining up every other one. It is definitely a talent that I need to build to be able to talk while doing all of this. Okay. Yeah. That is frustrating. And I keep feeling the ball that's on the, for those of you that haven't seen them before, you have a little spring-loaded ball here on the end. I don't know if that is focusing. You have a little spring-loaded ball here on the end, and I keep feeling that one and wanting to line that up like that's where the screw hole is. And so I end up putting it in backwards. Well, there is no backwards, but opposite of the way that I want it to go in. Okay, that's 4 and 4. 3 and 4. Okay, we need another one here. 5. And it should be one more. I wish I had been counting these all along. Cool, it's just 10 of them for each one. And now we take this and we are going to move it along. So this way it is every other one, but we're going to skip right there. That way we're nice and lined up. Oop. Where did my... We'll grab a new thing. Apparently, I did not get enough of the grease out of that hole when I did it. So we'll get that out of there now so it doesn't keep spreading it over the rails. The structural steel for housing, which is basically UC, and PFC beams, plus columns. Get plans and have to paste all the steel members from the engineering drawings ready for... Okay. Mad Dog, that's actually a really cool job. Closest thing I got to that was when I was in college. I sat here and worked at Home Depot and got to talk to all the contractors, probably all the people that are building what you're building with the materials you're making. So I always enjoy hearing about jobs like that because it's a skill set I don't have, and I always enjoy learning about new things. Okay, so we are lining up the roll-ins to make it, and of course the first rail I did, I happened to get lucky and the hole that I used to grease the rail was not one of the ones that the screws were in. The next two after that, I didn't get so lucky. That is one of the downsides to doing it the method of going through the hole in the back, is if it happens to line up with one of the holes that your roll-ins go in, you're going through the grease trying to find it if you don't get it completely cleaned out. Come on, Mr. Roland. There we go. I have a feeling I'm going to start talking to these printers like I do to computers at work. Because eventually you just start talking to inanimate objects to pass the time. I don't know if James does that, but I sit here and talk to TVs and computers all the time to be like, hey, will you just cooperate with me? Come on, be my friend. Sometimes it works. Other times, not so much. Get this and move it all the way up there. That way it's sitting between two of the screws because we have that gap there. So Mad Dog, you sit here and pretty much make sure things are built right at work, and then you go home and mess with 3D printers. I kind of have that right. No, it's not what I do, James. No, I do the other insane thing. I sit here and work with computers all day, and then I go home and work with servers and Linux and everything at home because it's just fun. My friends used to think that I was crazy because I used to work at a place where I built computers for a living. And then I'd go home and play PC Build Simulator. They're like, you do this for a living? I go, yes, and I enjoy it. Okay. Okay, we're almost done with this rail. Going through here. And up. Once we get this last one, we get to do our little trick again of getting the feeler gauges down there to make sure we get that 3 millimeters. And honestly, if you guys need some feeler gauges, I think I spent like $7 on this, or if that, on Amazon. No, it wasn't even that much because I bought a bunch of other stuff with it. I don't know if you guys would be interested in me making like a little Amazon list and putting it in the description, or if you guys have your tools, but I'm always willing to sit here and do that. I don't have an affiliate code or anything like that yet, so it's not like, hey, I'm making any money or anything on it. Might go out of frame here for a second. I just need to push it up so I can rest those feeler gauges on the table real quick so I don't lose them. And I'll move them right back here in a second. Just getting that center one done. Okay. We're done there. Back so you guys can see. We got our center. And we're going out. RJ, I completely agree with you. If you love what you're doing, you're no longer working. You're just having a fun day. The only thing that's terrible about my job is I got to sit here and I get to have all the fun of setting the things up for people. But then at the end of the day, the Christmas present isn't mine to keep. Oh, hey, that's no problem, Mad Dog. Like I said, work is important. If it wasn't for work, we wouldn't eat. And if we wouldn't eat, we couldn't have delicious things. Like pizza and everything. Give me 1 second here. We're back. All right. So 3 rails down, 1 to go. Let's rotate again. Oop. Got a bit of grease still here on the side. And that was probably my best one I did for cleaning the holes. All right, so again, every other one. Definitely tell you, these rolling nuts, I am liking these a lot more than hammerheads myself. They're so easy to work with. My experience so far with any kind of T-nut is the hammerheads from an Ender 3, and getting those things lined up were a bit of a pain on some of those extrusions on the Ender. Until I started really learning how to work with them, and then I just started putting them on the screw before I put them in the extrusion, and that made them a lot easier. Okay, that's number 4. This is number 5. That's 10 in total. And now I'm going to take and space these out. This one, we're going to go. This side is the one that we're going to want to make sure that it's every other one to keep it uniform with the rest of the build. This one goes to there. That one comes down. That one comes down, and those are the ones that we skip. Okay. Let's go ahead. One of these days I'm going to sit here and get a Discord up, because I would like feedback and everything on how I'm doing and everything. It might be a bit easier to do it over voice chat in a Discord or something like that. What would you guys think? I know we have a lot of people that have Discord set up. Would that be something you guys would be interested in? RJ, thank you for being that voice. Yeah, that like and the comments and everything, they really do go to, especially newer streamers, they go a long way to helping out build the channel, because YouTube's requirements to do things are pretty up there for the amount of hours needed to be watched and everything, the number of subscribers, and they only count views a certain way. Algorithm is insane. Yeah, I mean, with this, honestly, I don't care about the money or anything. I'm here having fun. I want to share my experience with you guys. Honestly, the those little milestones, I don't care about the monetization. I don't care about any of that. For me, it's, hey, there's an achievement I can go get. I want the achievement. Then, you know, hitting like and everything, it's more likely to get shared out there so more people can see it. They can bring it in, but it not only helps me, but with, you know, we have other creators here in the chat with us and everything, and I do try to call people out and everything, and I'm mentioning names, and so, you know, they hear me talking about them, that leads them into other people. Heck, it's streamers calling out other streamers is how I found Killer Prints. It's how I found Armor 3D printing. They didn't show up in my feed. It just happened to be, hey, this person mentioned him, went and watched him, and found some really good content. So, you know, it's always a good thing when we can sit here and do that with each other. Get these. Mr. Roland, please line up and work properly. Okay. And honestly, I can't even see those metrics on my screen. I've made it so that all I see on here is what the videos are showing and what chat is saying. My James over there, on the other hand, he's the one that has views to things like how many people are watching and stuff like that, because so that way I don't, one less thing I have to pay attention to, and I can sit here and try, keyword try, pay more attention to you guys. All right, I'm going to try swapping out the screw there, because I'm feeling some resistance on that roll in, and I'm going to hope that it's the screw. Thank God it is the screw and not the roll-in that was the problem. That had been the roll-in. Oh, that would have been a nightmare to sit here and take all of those out just to get that one roll-in out and put it back in. So we're gonna, for the last time on these, we're gonna get our guides on to make sure that we're centered. And now let's tighten down our center one. That way I can stop pushing down. And now that we have that, I'm going to go in and out. Let's see here. How will you join my Discord if I made it? That's always good. And your typos would be good for engagement. Hey, any kind of typing is good for engagement on YouTube, apparently. The old saying, there's no such press as bad press. There's no such engagement on YouTube that's considered bad engagement. Well, unless it gets you kicked off the platform. Okay. In. Those are pretty good. And so we now have rails and everything all set up. I'm just kind of running these, feeling how they feel. Okay. Let me take a look at the next section here. Giving us some, actually, James, can you throw the, so giving us that warning I was telling you guys about of making sure that, hey, we're probably going to be flipping this thing upside down, keeping these stoppers in here that came with your rails are a good way to keep the little carriage on, so you don't have to worry about that happening. So we installed the room. It's kind of skipped ahead there. So now it's going to want the deck panel. So I have to go to another room and get that. So I will be right back. I'll short little 5-10 minute breaks as I go get that. Hold up, Rye Guy. This is a kit. It is from LDO. It is their LDO. It is their LDO 2.4 350 millimeter kit that I purchased from West 3D. But I will be right back. I'm going to put our little be right back sign up. When we get back, I'd really love to hear what you guys think about that, because we just implemented that onto the setup. All right, and we're back. Sorry, I've got to put the frame over here real quick. We've got our little panel box here. And honestly, I needed this entire thing for the piece that's right on top. Let me grab razor blade. My producer is making fun of me for being safe and cutting away from myself. But he's making fun of me in a way that actually makes sense, because he's like, remember kids, safety is important. Always cut away from yourself. Icon, how you doing? John, back from your walk. Oh, I always love surprise Amazon deliveries. Extra Christmas. Oh, hey. James, you got a hay as well. Okay. So, yes, this one is the one that is our bottom panel. So now I get the fun of packing this back up and finding a place to put it, because this studio is not very big. If you guys saw behind the scenes, you'd be like, how in the heck does anybody work in that? Okay, let me sit back down here. Put our knife away. And let's see how well I do with a peel. Are we gonna get a good peel, or am I gonna royally mess this up? Oh yeah, John Doe, those Black Friday deals on filaments are going insane right now. Oh, John, you're working on an Ender 3NG? I could say, if you haven't watched him, Armor 3D, amazing person to watch for the NGs. I know Projects in Dad's Garage just did a marathon stream where he almost finished up an entire build in one marathon. Has a little bit left to go, but that was a really fun stream to watch. So let's get our peels done. I definitely prefer electronic peels over this peel. TVs and monitors and computers and stuff like that, that stuff comes off a lot easier than this stuff. All right. Mike broke a tap. That's why I didn't get to see the end of the stream, but that's why you didn't get to finish. Oh, John, you're going a bit further than projects. Always satisfying when you finish that printer. Okay, so we're going to turn. This is why they're warning you about those carriages, because you have to turn the printer upside down at this point to get the plate set in, but we're going to need the other T-nuts that I did grab out. Or I had out. Yes, I do still have them out. So we need some of the M5 roll-ins. We're going to need 4 of those to get this mounted on here. Pat, watching us while you're working on a wiring harness. Hey, if I am background noise, that does not matter to me. If you're getting entertainment out of it, that's the big win. Oh, right, guy, that's what everyone loves. It's, hey, something went wrong. We want to see the misery. It makes for a good stream. The person who's streaming is miserable about it, but the audience is always happy. So right now what I'm doing is we're getting these T-nuts in here because these roll-in T-nuts are going to hold in some DIN rails that are going to hold this plate on. Let's see here. John Doe, you've been slowly working on it for a year. You have a build on RH3D called America, because yours is red, white, and blue. Oh, I love that, John. America. All right, so let's get this kind of lined up here. Funny how you can get one side lined up, but the other side not. Let's put that back down and see how we did there. Oh, you need to come back out that way. You're good, you're good. Those ones are now good. All right. Those are all good. Okay. Let's see here. We did an excess of 12-hour yesterday for projects in Dad's garage. Still getting over it. Oh. 14, yeah, that was a really long stream, but I can tell you I had to drive most of yesterday for work, and boy, did it keep me entertained while I was working, because I had like a 3-hour drive yesterday that I had to do for work. Okay, so we've got that on there. Our next thing that we need to grab is we need to grab DIN rails, and those ones are going to go actually perpendicular to the bed rails that we have. That way it holds them on. On some of the kits, they actually go parallel. I know for a while there with LDO and the actual official Voron manual, they were different, but in this case, I've looked through both the LDO build notes for their 350 and the Voron guide, and they both have them going perpendicular to the build plate rails. So let me find my M5x10 socket heads. Oh no, M5x10 button heads, which we've got those right here. And then let me get my DIN rails. Wherever those ended up. Ugh. Here they are. If you get the LDO kit, the DIN rails are wrapped together with your cable raceways. Oh yeah, projects we were talking about you, because John Doe's been working on an Ender NG, and I was talking about your marathon stream the other day. Okay, I do apologize if the sound of me opening this is coming through. It's coming through a slight bit, so headphone users, I do apologize. Not much I can really do about it at this point. I could have unwrapped these beforehand, so I do apologize. Oh yeah, professional streamer here. Prepare everything ahead of time. We've got these, and I do believe now's the part where I get to dig through boxes. So, Howie, I'm doing the thing that you apparently do with screws. I'm going to dig through boxes because if I remember correctly, LDO puts end caps for the DIN rails in their kits. Let's see here. That's our cable kit. It might be in the cable kit. Touch display cable, bed thermistor, PCB. No. Inlets, terminal, frame to PE. Nope, those are just our pre-terminated cables. And this is a NeoPixel chain, tool head cable. So no, it's not in the cable kit. Ugh. That's our Revo 3D hot end. Electronics, maybe slight possibility. Nope, that is our SKR and everything, so not in the electronics box. Yeah, projects, that was a very good stream the other day. So if any of you have not gone and watched that stream, I highly recommend it. It is quite entertaining. And not just that, here we go. I found our little end caps. For those of you that are building an LDO kit, they come in the electronics box too. But for any of you that have not seen Project Dad's Garage marathon stream, it is a very good stream. It is very informational. He had some fun with it. And it's just like some very nice content. Go back and watch it, you know, even if you sit here and have to break it up. I sit here and throw it on. I was listening to while I was at work. I didn't get to finish all of it. So when I go to work tomorrow, I'm going to be throwing it on in the background as I'm driving around. Now let me check here because I think there might be something. Yeah, watching it 2 times could also help. All right, and projects, it's nice to hear that everyone did get home safely. Let's see here. Let's see if LDO has anything about this. Let's see here. They're saying page 29 and 30, which is the ones that we're on right now, that their deck plate is actually a bit thicker in the LDO kit than the standard bill of materials calls out for the regular Voron. So they're saying the deck panel has a 4mm, use deck support 4mm instead of its 3mm counterpart. Let's go ahead and see what they... Oh, those are just the little support pieces. So I do have those printed out. I don't think we're quite using those yet. So the M5x10s are still good to go. I wanted to make sure that we had the right size screw, even though that they're thicker now. So we're gonna need 4 of these. And this is something I'm still getting used to as to, nope, that one is this. We need to go to the next size up in our hex wrench. Okay. I would say projects, I don't think we ever get out of that, hey, text me when you get home safely. Like, I don't care what age you are. I know my parents, my partner still ask me to do that. Hey, you just finished a 6-hour drive. Call me when you get there safely. I would actually start to be concerned if I didn't get that message from those that I cared about. All right, so we've got the little end caps on there now. Kind of help protect you from those sharp edges, keep your cables in there protected so you don't slice them up. So far though, I'm really, I've heard so many good things about these kits, and they are worth everything you hear about it. It's all been there. It's been nicely printed. The instructions have been clear. Even the things that LDO has changed. It's nice because they even, like, when you go to the LDO documentation page, they're like, hey, on this page of the manual, this is the change we made, which is quite helpful indeed. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we can't quite center, but we'll get as close as possible. So we have that on there. It's kind of hard for me to see up here. No, short man. Well, short man, good sized desk. I like my 350. I can't wait to start printing helmets and stuff like that on it. Helmets and Star Wars armor. I mean, if I can get this thing going multicolor, I'm going to print you an Up House. Even if I can't get it multicolor, I'll still print you an Up House. I'll just have to do it in multi-part. Yeah, we could get our friend on here and do a painting stream on it. Okay, so we're going to take these and I'm just going to push them all the way up. And we don't want to go too tight on these because this is just holding down the deck. We do have plastic underneath it, so we don't want to go too tight and crack the base plate. Yeah, Projects LDO has been this kit, like, you always hear people talking about it, but until you really do it yourself, there's really just no telling. And yeah, this thing has been amazing. Okay, so we got our DIN rails in. So with the DIN rails in, this now officially gives us an official back of the printer, because that's where this little hole right here is going to be the official back of the printer, because that's where our cable chain is going to come down. And this hole right here is where the bed heater is going to come through. Oh, I'm spoiled now. This probably is going to spoil me, because when I do my first self-source for something that they don't have a kit. Right, guy? Oh, Voron specs to tighten until it cracks and then back off. Well, if that's the case, okay. Okay, we're gonna give it like Super Ugga Duggas by Steve. Okay, get rid of the garbage. Okay. So now that the deck plate's on there, we get to go to the things that I've only done once, and that was because I used the practice piece to do. heat sets. This will be my second time ever attempting these, and first time doing it live on stream. So yeah, let's see how this goes. Don't forget to apply acetone after it cracks. I thought you were supposed to apply baby powder, projects. You know, just fill in the gap. No one will see it. Okay. James, can you mute me real quick? I don't want to mute. All right. Sorry about that. Wanted to mute it so that way as I drag this thing across the table, I wasn't murdering anybody that had headphones in. So we're going to look for our Z motor mounts as it shows here in the guide. Oh God. Oh, baby powders for the only... I thought that was the baby oil that was for that content. Oh, my James says it's both that's for that. Oh. Okay. So we have all of our motor mounts here. And with this, these top ones are going to get 6 in the top. And those are the thinner of the two. The big ones are going to get 2 in the top here. And the thin ones, so the thin ones, 7 in total. 6 on the outside here. And 1 up top here. Now, let's see here. I'm setting my soldering iron to 265. Let's see here. You were naming some other small. I saw 3D and T and Project and Dad's Garage, and it was hilarious. So some of the other streamers, you know, I won't necessarily say they're small, but you know, some of the other ones I watch, you know, Armor 3D, who's been here in chat, Killer Prince, who's been here in chat earlier. I don't know if he's still there. Howie DeWitt, you know, he does a really good stream. Heck, Down Under Maker, he does some really good streams. Those are the ones that, you know, I've watched. There are tons of people out there. In fact, if anybody else knows someone and wants to call them out, I'm all for it. You know, that's, you know, I've been getting some recognition from some of these other streamers by, you know, them calling me out and everything and letting people know that, you know, I'm going to be on here streaming. I have no problem if someone sits here and wants, you know, a shout out or knows someone that could use a shout out, mention them. So let me see here. We have our heat sets, and I'm actually going to use our feeler gauge here, because I happen to have on this one of them comes in a brass for your spark plug gaps and everything. Once we get those in, I'm going to use this to actually push down in there to do 2 things. One, sometimes when you do these heat sets, it can actually smush out some of the plastic, and having a piece of metal or something on there that you can kind of push down and keep it flat can help that push out reduce, but it also helps get some of that heat away faster so you can start working with it. Okay, projects. Baby oil first and then baby powder. Got it. We'll definitely keep that in mind. Oh yeah, John Doe. I sat here and started getting into this, and loved the community. Started talk, was watching some streams and started talking to people into it. It is a great community to be in. A lot of people have met each other through conventions, just on streams, talking to each other. So I sat here and decided to do this because, hey, it's just something I wanted to do. The projects, the USB-C wore out on yours. So the barrel jack is something I'm going to think about, because just like you projects, how you have the fracks, that is actually my plan for my next project after I finish this printer. So the barrel jack is a good thing to know about for when I get that, because yeah, if the USB-C wears out on it, obviously I don't want to sit here and keep doing that, because while the pine sills aren't expensive, they're also not cheap. Because there are definitely cheaper soldering irons out there on Amazon and all that, but I sat here and ended up buying the pine sill because I'd seen so many people using them. I'd heard good things about them. They seen how easy it is to switch out the tips on these from, they literally just slide out, slide in, and they heat up almost instantly. That's kind of sat here and sold me on it. So now, if you don't have something, harsh reality, it's definitely cheaper than cocaine. But the only thing at this point I think that isn't cheaper than cocaine is printer ink. All right, so if you have not done this before, the biggest advice I can get you is, first, if you buy one of these kits, I will show this again. Move the keyboard back up here. Pretty sure I put it back in the box. Quick, to the box of printed parts. Yes. So if you get this kit, at least from West 3D, I don't know about other manufacturers because I don't have experience with them yet. It comes with this little block, which, let me stand up here real quick so I can show you guys. It comes with this little block, and this little block has 4 holes on the broad face, and up on the top it has 3 holes that you can actually practice putting heat set inserts in before you go and do it on your main parts. Especially, I would highly recommend that if you're in a situation like me where I ordered these parts. This is going to be my first 3D printer that I have that is truly capable of printing ABS. So if I mess up on the parts, I have to wait and find someone that can print me new parts, and that's going to delay everything. So there's no shame in practicing. Practicing is how we get good at things. This little piece that comes with it, I wholeheartedly agree. They give you extra heat set inserts. Do some practice on it beforehand if you're not sure. What?
Stalling.
No, I'm not stalling. All right. So when you're doing these, big key thing, you want to be as vertical as possible. That's why if you do a lot of these, getting something like a Frax or heat press or a heat insert press can be really nice. If you're just doing this once in a while, honestly, I've seen so many people do it just freehand with one of these. It is not that hard. Not much pressure is needed. You just kind of you keep constant pressure while keeping it straight up and down. It will kind of melt itself in. And then when you get flush, kind of put it on there. And that's all there is to it. now to do it 50 more times with this very riveting content. Oh, hey, David. I'm glad you're doing your homework, because I sat here and having that degree opens up worlds. I have 25 years of IT experience and didn't get a degree, and I can tell you it would have made so much easier on me if I had that degree, because it opens up so many doors. All right, so those are nice and flush. I'm not feeling, this is a little habit or a little thing that I picked up from Steve Builds. Just run it over, see if you can feel if you can feel it sticking up there. Because if you didn't, you're nice and flush. You don't want to go too far in, but you also don't want it sticking up too far, because it can catch on stuff. Armor, I'm right there with you, and yeah, I wish I sometimes wish I had finished college, because I originally went to go for computer science, but then I was going to do programming, and I'm sitting here thinking that, oh yeah, I'm going to do programming, I'm going to be making all of these programs and everything. And then I learned what programming actually was, where it's, hey, you go and work for this company, and they have this program that they had someone else make for them. Well, it doesn't do this feature. We want it to do this feature. Here's your code. So then you spend 6 months learning that code, to then spend like 3 weeks implementing 4 lines of code. And it's like, okay, that's done. What next? And that just did not sound fun to me. So, but I still use some of that knowledge to sit here, and it helps me out with dealing with open source stuff. So that way, hey, if I run into an issue, it's not just going to forums. I can actually sit here and look at some of the code, and I can interpret, hey, this variable leads here, which leads to this thing. So there was some good knowledge I got from it, and it can help. It's one of the reasons I sat here and I'm a big Linux user, because first off, if you can't do it with Linux, then you're not trying hard enough. There is some way out there to do it. But then we get into like most of our 3D printers, those little clipper boards and everything, they're Linux based. So, most people that are running 3D printers, congratulations, you're running a Linux computer. Rye Guy, depending on what you want to go to, a big one that'll get you in the door, Red Hat Certified System Engineer. That will be a huge one to get you in a door, because you can sit here just with that certification. If you pass and get it, you can sit here and become a junior system admin, and that is a good place to start. And then you can learn from the people that have been there a while, and you can, like, no degree or anything, if you just have that cert, I would say it wouldn't be uncommon just for someone out of high school with that cert to make $40,000 a year as a junior system admin, just with the one certification. All right, give me a second here while I get this heat set in, and then I'm going to pay attention to chat. Nope, gotta keep going on that one. There we go. Let's see here. Yeah, so the degree plan will sit here and get you it, but certifications are where it's at, Rye Guy. A lot of times, once you get the job, you might be able to get your company to pay for the cert, but certs are a big thing in the IT industry. Let's see. Small aches and pains are nothing until you realize they start lasting for a week to a month. Try a decade. I've been dealing with a bad back since I was 23. But yeah, John Doe, aches and pains are great for weather prediction. You're right. Okay. Put that in there. Nope, that one needs to go a bit further down. Yeah, these last two. Let's see here. Security Plus, A Plus, Amazon Web Services, System, XAA, and then Network Plus. All right, Armor 3D. That's to projects. Armor, I think you would be a terrible housewife. You are lacking some very distinguishing features of wifely material. Heating this up enough so that I can give it a little bit more in. There we go. That's a lot better. So we've got those. And then we have one last one to do on this, which is up here. And I do apologize. I know this is not the most riveting content, but like I said early in the stream, for those that weren't there, I kind of want to show the entire build process. That way, everyone from experienced builders can sit here and help correct me on things that I'm doing wrong, to brand new builders can see kind of what's going on with this. So, all right, we are good there. One down. Let's see. I was on stream going strong. Hey David, I was on that stream going strong all day and night. Are you doing yours? RJ, I think it would require a big donation to get Armor to do a 24-hour stream for you. But I'm not going to put words in his mouth, because it wouldn't be me doing the stream. Four. All right. Oh, you do not want to say that, James. Oh. Oh, my producer just said something that is going to... I think he's going to regret. Oh no, if I'm going to do it, you're going to be here with me. So RJ, my producer has said, maybe in a few months. That's going to be a big maybe. gonna laugh when if you finally ever if you do get your 24-hour stream. RJ's well, Armor, at least we know you have a price. That price may be out of RJ's reach, but there is a price. Okay, just keeping this thing upright while giving it constant pressure and going in. Oh yeah, there we go. There you go. There you go, Armor. That's the way to think about it. If the audience wants it, make them earn it. Let's see here. Howie. Uh-oh. Armor, I had said it earlier. Frax is actually the next build after I finish this printer. I'm actually going to be the kit that I'm planning on doing, just because you guys can't see this full desk, but it is like 7 feet by 3 feet. I want to get the 400 millimeter Frax kit from KB3D, just so that I have an arm that can pretty much reach almost anywhere on this desk. All right, holding it upright while just keeping constant force down. Okay. I gotta know, we have any other lefties out here in the audience? I know I'm not the only one here. Let's see here. Armor, I think you could easily do an Ender NG in a single day. No, Armor, we actually took care of that. We have flipped it back, so it is the proper way. I am actually left-handed. We got that feedback last stream of the words being backwards, so we sat here and between changing out the computer because the integrated GPU in the laptop we were running was not powerful enough to run all the monitors we needed plus encode the stream. So we switched out to a new computer with a dedicated graphics card into it. But when I say this thing is ghetto rigged, we literally have a desktop power supply being jumpered to power the graphics card because the computer that we have is a 12 volt only and does not have a 6-pin because it's only a 340 watt that's built into the computer. So we have a second power supply jumpered to run the graphics card to get all that running. But then we found out the phone that we've been using as a face cam for the webcam, which, James, what was that? A Pixel 9a. Apparently when it's encoded through OBS, the Intel QuickSync technology helps with processing that a lot. And when we had it on an AMD system like we do now, we were getting all these glitches. So then that turned into new face cam, which now we're using the Insta360 Um, it's the Insta360, but it's actually their webcam. And yeah, the Insta360 Link 2. We have the auto tracking and all that turned off because we didn't, as much as I'm moving around and waving my hands around, we didn't want it shifting around on you guys. We tried to do some fancy things with it where it could follow me like sitting up and down, but it was too slow to do that if I moved up and down. So we just turned it off and just left it as a static cam. But because of that, we went through and redid the swapping. I redid all the monitors back here. That's why, like, if I'm sitting over here, I can still have the work over here and hopefully make it so that I'm not blocked as I'm doing the webcam. The next thing we got to do is move the chat window, which is over here. That way I can look at the camera easier. Oh, if you guys could see the behind the scenes, I'm pretty sure most streamers, if you saw the behind the scenes of our setups, it's like, how are you even functioning? Oh, James says he's not functioning, so. I would say, is your face cam on top of your Trident armor? Or one of your cameras sitting on top of a Trident? One second while I get this last one in. I mean, what I can say is, armor, if you ever need help, you know, let's see, you think you're going to move it onto the top of the top hat. What's that for on your Trident? Is that for like monitoring the prints or for when you're streaming? Okay. But yeah. I can say something I've been doing that's been helping me get these things set up is I do have some people that in the community that have like helped me preview what these things get live with and everything, and can give a few recommendations for positioning and stuff like that. And we just do it through Discord. Let's see, Icon, you 3D printed a phone case for a Galaxy S10 and modded a GoPro mount, fit it, that attached the extrusion, and it works. Hey, that's the best kind of camera, is a camera that works. Howie, you put Nocturne cameras in your DIY printers and run Octo everywhere for spaghetti detection, works pretty well. I have not, you know, I've heard so much about Octoprint. I have not really gone through and read too much into them or looked too much into it, because, you know, I've heard that, you know, Clipper through Octoprint can be a bit of a nightmare, but then I've heard how awesome Octoprint is. I've heard that it's also older and bloated, so I really don't know what to think about it. I sat here and kind of decided, hey, I'm going to be doing just Clipper. One of the things I may eventually end up doing, and give me a second here real quick while I grab my drink, is eventually I might sit here and go through a whole video tutorial on running multiple Clipper instances from a single computer, you know, eliminating a Raspberry Pi and then running like 12 printers off of a single computer through virtual machines and stuff like that. Okay, Octo Everywhere is different than Octopi. Oh, different than Octoprint. All right, I might have to look into that. Ah, you don't have to run Octoprint to get Clipper support on Octo Everywhere. I might definitely have to look into that then. That might be a way to do it. Oh, James, you already got a thing for us to research? All right. Let's see. Howie, you did the same thing with ArduCam. Or John did the same thing with ArduCam at 1080. About the same but cheaper. RJ is running Octoprint on his K1 but had to revert back to Creality because it bricked half of your upgrades. Ooh. Breaking an upgrade. That's never fun. Okay, so it allows remote access and everything. Yeah. I've got a unique situation where I can sit here and remote into, like, as long as I'm running Linux, I can remote into any system I have. But okay, so you have it hosted through Proxmox. Yeah, that's kind of the thing I want to do with the Clipper thing eventually with a bunch of printers. It's, hey, host a bunch of Proxmox virtual machines. Each one of those is its own Clipper instance. That way you don't have to worry about multiple Clippers running on one computer. They can each have their own virtual machine, but then you're running like 12 printers off of a single box. I think that might be a little bit of an interesting thing to do. Invincible. Now that the TV show I'm assuming, Armor, but you have fun with that. I'm sitting here waiting for new episodes of Mighty Nine to come out because my partner and I are watching that, and the Vox Machina was great. I sat here and have been watching the Critical Role streams for a while now, but now that they have Campaign 2 out, I can't really talk too much about it because James over here is just getting into watching Campaign 2, and if I spoil anything, I have a feeling he will jump over the both desks that are between us and murder me. So okay, well, Armor, on your next stream, you'll have to sit here. You should give us a little synopsis on what it's about and everything and how you like it. But sleep well and have fun watching the next part of the show. Okay. There we go. That was the click I was waiting for. Oh God, James. You like watch? Okay. What? Let's see here. John Doe, you have Octoprint on Proxmox for your Marlin printers and have Clipper on another VM and just map a USB hub to each VM. Yep, that's really all you need to do it. Proxmox is a wonderful tool, especially if you've got a computer that has plenty of computing power to run a lot of VMs. And the RAM to do it too. Oh. Armor, you want to see the... Yeah, but he has to go through all... That'd be an expensive thing. He's got like 5 monitors to go through. Yeah, a camera, lights. That would be expensive, Armor. One thing's for sure that I'm definitely sure of. I need to get a thicker piece of metal. Oh, all you hear is excuses, Armor? Add to that would involve exercise, and I think both James and I are both against that. Because my personal belief is I'm in shape. Round is a shape. Your basement has long USB cables from 5 server running on the ceiling. Only thing is, John Doe, when you get into USB, depending on how long, you can start to get signal degradation. If they're going really long, I would sit here and probably look into getting a USB to Ethernet converter. That way you can power the signal, run it over Ethernet, and then you convert it back on the other side. Oh, the juicer. I'll try it. That might be a bit thicker, so I can hold it on there without moving it as much, because thin metal plus hot equals hot finger. That worked. Yeah, you're running it. That's unusual, because usually, yeah, because if you're running a 5 or 10 gigabit USB, if your adapter only runs a 1 gigabit connection, I could see where those bandwidth limitations could come into effect. Yeah, so if you're running that 10 gig or that 10 gig USB, I could see where that USB would, or the Ethernet adapter could get quite expensive, because, or yeah, God forbid you have USB 4 and can get that 20 gig. Let's see. Planning on the box turtle again. Printing if you can get parts in time for the new buffer. All right. Okay. Another one down. More heat sets. Quite a few heat sets. Maybe 1 or 200 in the build. Okay. I know I just had it. There it is. There's strength. Yeah. John Doe, I know they do make some somewhat reasonably affordable 5 gig adapters for the USB to Ethernet, but yeah, if you're going above that, that's where it can start getting pricey quick, and then you're getting into going into fiber mods and stuff like that. I would say I don't know who the top commenter is right now. Matt, RJ, Mad Dog's beating you. Mad Dog, are you going to make RJ suffer? RJ, you're not allowed to say rigged anymore. You won something in the stream the other day. See, there we go. Compromise. Now, if only we could tell YouTube to let the compromise happen. Having a camera and a printer on one USB takes up some bandwidth. Yep. Well, it's also like Debian usually runs pretty well on older hardware because they're usually very slow to update. It's usually the opposite problem most people have, but yeah, with the Pis, it can get a bit tricky with support. Ah, that explains the giveaway. That's why that person. I remember seeing that, like, oh, hey, can I give this away to... Okay. Well, RJ, that's very generous of you. Sharing the love throughout the community. I know I was helping a few people in the community before with some problems they were having on a Pi, and we found out the mainsail install, if you do the image that already has mainsail set up, if you do the minimal install, it is actually missing some critical packages that are needed for stuff to run, and missing some directories and stuff that you have to then go through set up manually. So I would say if you're ever writing the image to an SD card for a Pi with the mainsail already on there, do the full mainsail OS install, not the minimal. Almost there. Oh, went a bit too far on that one. I will say, for anybody that has not done these before, it can get a bit tricky telling to see when you've gone too far or when you've not gone far enough. But the good news is as far as these pieces go, we are done with those. So now we have these ones, which are just 2 on each of the tops. Yeah, no, I'm not looking forward to the clipper side of this, because, well, I'm looking forward to it, but not because I'm going to do it the way that is probably the hardest way to do it, just because I'm a sucker for punishment and I'm stubborn and I want to do it this way. But I want to do everything from scratch. I want to sit here and just install a bare Raspbian and then install mainsail and all of those other packages and configure them from scratch, not using Kiao, not using Catapult or any of those other help you get this thing working installers. So I'm going to take what's already complicated for a lot of people and make it more complicated, just because I guess I'm a glutton for punishment. Yeah, if you guys want to watch someone suffer, definitely show back up for that stream when I do that from scratch, because that'll be my first time working with Clipper, period, but B, doing those installs as well. So yeah, that's going to be a fun little exercise in torture. Hopefully YouTube doesn't pick up those words and sit here and take that the wrong way. Now, that's kind of interesting. It almost looks as if there should be heat sets on that side as well, because of the same size holes as what's up top there. But it's supposed to be showing it as supposed to be on the short side. Let me go down through here. Let's see here. Get the proper inserts. Let's scroll down through and just make sure that there's not ones that are supposed to be through there. those go down through there. Ah, okay, so no, those are just the two that are on the top here are going to be the ones that go into the roll-in nuts that are in the frame. Okay, so if you're doing these, even though the holes on the underside look like the heat set holes that are on the top, they are just pass-throughs. You want the shorter side. That's where your two heat sets go. Let's see here. RJ, like a page showing code layers on the left, or like a blank form and filling in the command. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that, RJ. Oh, so you're talking about configuring Clipper and all that on the base system? I really wish the YouTube chat delay was not as long as it was. So what I'm planning to do is, like, you know, when I sit here and look up like the Clipper install, going through and instead of doing like the Keyow method, going straight to the GitHub, and like, you know, I'll have like probably two screens going on my system, so that way you can see the shell on one side and the GitHub repo where it goes through the manual install process, because I'm very big on doing things with the manual install process, because a lot of people go through and they just use like some install script, which, you know, gets it working. There is no problem with doing it the easy way. The reason I like doing it the manual way is I know exactly what's going on in the background. So if there is an issue, you know, it's, oh, hey, you're running into an issue with this thing happening. I know that, hey, this package is potentially the cause of the issue that we're having, and it's a lot easier for me to diagnose and fix. But yeah, that is actually, it's the way that, like, when I built my first web server, there was, you know, there's a lot of those web hosting sites and everything that sit here and they'll host it for you and they'll take care of doing all the back end. You just either put your code up to them, or you get things like Wix or Squarespace where you don't even have to do that. It's a WYSIWYG, which is what you see is what you get interface, and they make it for you. But then, like, if something goes wrong, you're kind of reliant on those people to fix it for you, which then involves paying their support cost and everything. Whereas if you had set up the web server yourself and you've seen something is wrong, you may still need help. You may still need to pay someone for support, but you'll be able to help that support person a lot more because you took the time to understand how your system was running. Or B, you may not need that support person at all because you understand how that system is running because you're the one that built it. Let's see. So yeah, those old Windows DOS books, you know, those were great because they came at a time when, like, nobody was sitting here, had computers, so they had to explain everything. I remember like the Commodore books that I had for my first Commodore 64, like just going through and explaining what every key did. The big thing with GitHub is, some people use it for just, hey, this is my dump of a project that I'm working on. Cool, if you want to look at it, go ahead and look at it. But at the same time, some people try to use it as documentation. Well, writing good technical documentation is a skill. It is a very, very hard to master skill, because at that point, you have to kind of bridge the gap between the non-technical people and the technical people. So it needs to be technical enough that you can explain it, but also but also explain in a way that someone who has never seen this project before can understand it. Now, the two ways you can do that, you can talk to, like, hey, this is similar to something else, and you can talk and use industry talk like that to describe what's going on, but then that leaves someone who's just getting into it for the first time out of it. But then if you take it to where the layman can understand it, those people that understand the technical side of it are going to sit here and be, hey, oh my God, how long do I have to scroll until I get to the point where I'm actually getting to what this thing does? So it's a really big balancing act, and it is a skill that a lot of people have not mastered. It's one that even I sit here and I can't write technical documentation. I can take technical documentation, I can explain it, turn it around and explain it to the layman in a way that they'll understand. But yeah, actually writing the documentation, not even something I want to try and go through. So let's go ahead and unplug our soldering iron, let it cool down. I'm going to put that well away from me so I don't get a new burn. And the next thing we're going to do is hope that I don't have to do any more heat certs, because heat set inserts. All right, so let's scroll back up here. Get to where... Okay, so our next thing is we're going to use our D shafts, which I have right here. So here are our D shafts. Our D shafts, we need our GT2 pulleys, but we need specifically the 20-tooth GT2 pulley. So that is our GT2 20-tooth. Then we need grub screws, which, where did my grub screws go? There they are. Now, one thing that I do love, and I am so happy about this, the LDO kits, the grub screws, the thread locker comes pre-applied, so I don't have to deal with that liquid stuff. This liquid stuff. If I ever get channel emotes, I'm going to sit here and probably make a symbol where it has Loctite and it's like a thumbs down next to it or something like that. Because I hate the liquid Loctite at this point. Let's see here. Correct, Howie. That is a very succinct way of putting what I just said. GitHub is only as good as the people that made that branch. Okay, so now we are going to need our calipers, because when we put these pulleys on, they need to be 33 millimeters from the end of the shaft to the bottom of the pulley. Oh, John Doe, back when Commodore 64s and all that were around and the internet was still young, I remember when you went onto a bulletin board system, it was just etiquette. It was like you were on there for at least 3 months just lurking, learning the culture before you ever posted. Because if you sat here and posted wrong or something like that, you would get torn a new one. Okay, so we need to go to 33 millimeters on this. There we go. Oh. There we go. So that's our 33 millimeters. Thankfully, this one has the depth gauge that we can use and just put our pulley or D shaft against that to make it, instead of having to go in between here or here to measure. So we are going to grab our pulleys out of here, and let me just double check and make sure. 9 millimeter wide pulley. Yep. 20 tooth. These are the correct ones. Okay. So then we're going to need our set screws, and let me find out. Is this finally what LDO sent the little tiny screwdriver for? No. The little tiny screwdriver is smaller than the grub screw. So let me find the proper one for this. There we go. So it's a 2 millimeter instead of a 1.5. All right, we're going to get the grub screws kind of started on there. Let's see here. Yeah, Pat, thankfully these actually already have the thread ripper already on there. So I don't have to go through and dip them. Yeah, thankfully these are pre-Loctited, John and Pat, so and Repo, I agree with you. One of the best sayings I've ever seen was, you know, for people that came after my generation and everything, it was, you know, it's, you tell your kids, be kind to your parents. They graduated high school without Wikipedia. Okay, so we're going to go down this way. We're going to put our grub screw in just enough that it kind of sits on that flat part, but not so much that it holds it completely in place, because we want it there so that we can slide it, but we don't want it rotating as we slide it. There we go, just enough that kind of catches, but you can still move it in and out. And then because we have that, we can take and put it on there. Yep. Can I lay this flat and do it? That's the bigger question. There we go. That's nice and tight. Double check. Yep, we're good there. So then we're going to tighten our other one down here. So with this, we tighten this screw so it's on the flat. We kept it so originally so that the rod would rotate, but we could still wouldn't rotate, but we could still move it up and down, so we could get this distance here to be 33 millimeters. After that, we tighten this down so it wouldn't move, and then we tighten this one down as a secondary so it helps it from moving. Now, we just get to do that 3 more times. That's all right, John. I like having you guys talking in chat because it sits here and gives me something to chat with you guys about. There is no such thing as being too distracting there. Because you guys talking there and give me something to talk to you guys about honestly really does help, because then I'm not feeling like I'm sitting here like, oh, now I need to come up with a random topic to talk about just to keep you guys entertained while I'm doing this, and without leaving dead silence, because that would be a terrible thing, is just to have dead silence. Hey, Clown Hammer, how you doing? Oh, James, did you see what RJ said? Oh, RJ, you would not believe the amount of times that he's been like, dude, keep talking. Dude, stare at the camera as you're talking. He's just sitting here smiling now. He's like, I swear, if the microphone that we had in front of him that we haven't been able to set up yet was working, all you guys would be hearing is giggling. Oh, that's what the mute button's for, so they don't hear you giggling? Hey, we all need sleep, Clown Hammer, but thank you for stopping in. It actually means quite a bit that you took the time to come on in. Okay. That's 2 down. Oh, John Doe, events soon. The big thing that we need to do to get him talking is we need an adapter for our Stream Deck, because he's got an XLR mic, and our Stream Deck has the ability to take an XLR mic and plug it directly in, but we need the adapter before that way he can start talking to everybody, and you guys get to sit here and see how many times he sits here and tells me to the camera, hey, put some sound in here. We can't just have the music in the background. That's not what it's there for. No, yeah, of course that's what it's kind of there for, but we sit here and want to have the talking. Okay, so I haven't shown this yet, but you can see with that screw in there enough, if you're trying to rotate this, you're trying to rotate this, focus, and you get it in there just enough, you can't rotate, but you can still slide it back and forth on there. So when you're going through and setting your distance, it's close enough that you don't have to go much farther to get it tightened down, but you also don't have to sit here and be like, oh, this is so hard to move along the shaft. Am I going to damage something? Okay, let me see here. Let's see here. You can do a 1/3 banner that says hit the like, and pops up every now and then, and pop it up. Well, RJ, that is something we can do eventually. We're still fairly new to this, but we are taking all the criticisms and everything very seriously. And I'm pretty sure he actually just opened up a notepad so he could write down that idea for a banner. I mean, at this point, RJ, we were actually kind of happy that the notification pop up for a new sub came up earlier, because that was a big thing that we wanted to give you guys the feedback on of, hey, if you're a new sub and you come in here and you hit that subscribe button, you get that little pop up and you see the little penguin with the 3D printer. Okay, and the last one. Now, something I don't think I pointed out, but I'll point out now. I'm trying to keep all of these the same. So if like I used this one on the flat side, okay, we'll get up here. So if I used this one on the flat side, I will use the one that's clockwise from it, going this way, with the threads this way, on the non-flat side. And I've tried to keep them all the same. That way, it doesn't matter which one you grab later on, and whenever you're going back to use them, you always know which way you have to turn for that other screw. Okay. And yep, that should be all good. We're good there. So that's our 4 pulleys done. What time is it? 10:21. Wow, I can't believe we've been going 3.5 hours. Let's sit here and see. So what I'm probably going to do is, James and I do have work tomorrow. So I will probably make it so that way we won't quite get done what I wanted to get fully on the stream, but I'm going to work on, I want to get at least to the point where we get this pulley system fully inside of here and this sealed up. So Our next part here is we need some bearings. So we need some 625 bearings, which we have here. We need our shims, our M5 precision shims. And we need to not fall off the chair. We need our big, giant pulley. And RJ, yeah, if both sides were flat, you would need some really high precision, and it would be really hard to center it, because when you put in one side and then the other, they would need to be put in almost exactly the same amount. Howie, I know what those long drives are like. Oh, do I know how those drives can get? I'm just happy. I used to have jobs where it would be literally the day before, I'm driving the entire day just to get to the job. Then I go into a hotel, then work the next day, do that, go back to a hotel to drive back the day after that. Okay. So with this, we're going to take our bearings. If two sides were flat, wouldn't you get a bite on it? So if two sides were flat, it would be very nice to get the grub screw to bite onto this. The problem is that as you're going in, each screw would need to be exactly the same distance in based on that flat point. Otherwise, you could start to get a bit of a wobble and they would not be as centered. And then as far as the two sides we're joining, it'll be these two, the little short one we did earlier and the big one, to get most of our Z motor mount done. So with this, on this, we get a single bearing that goes on this end. There will be a bit of a gap between the bearing and your tooth pulley. You don't have to worry too much about it as you're assembling this, because there are actually little places in here, let's see if I have enough light, where each of the bearings sit, so they will kind of align themselves once you get them in there, as long as you did proper measurements. Yeah, we're definitely going to need to get that one over. That is... Okay, so we have that. Then what it goes is we do two shims. Ooh, shim-a-lanch. Two shims. Another bearing. Two more shims. All right, so we have that. Then we're going to take our big pulley wheel. With this, we have two more grub screws with this that go in to hold this onto our shaft. Now, I'm going to try to line them up so that way the flat side, and if I rotate the same way, I'll find the second grub screw on both of the tooth pulleys. Yeah, when you work in field service, those long drives are sometimes just a part of the day. Tighten this all the way till I barely see it sticking out. That way, when I go to tighten it on the other side, when I tighten it when it's actually on the D shaft, I don't have to tighten it as much. Let's see. Well, Mad Dog, that is very, very kind of you for letting Repo have his #1 spot, even though he's lost his #2 spot to Howie now. Oh, Repo, what are we gonna do? You've been gifted the #1 spot, but you have to go through Howie to get to it. Mike James is rolling his eyes because I keep talking to the chat screen instead of to the camera. Hey, sometimes those hotel nights though can be nice, especially if your company sits here and lets you put your own rewards in when you go there. Those are the lucky ones, is when the company lets you get the rewards for what they're paying for on the hotel, because then you get lucky and, hey, I want to go on vacation, and you get a free room because of all the hotel stays and everything you did. Oh, RJ stole back #2. Well, I hope you had a successful workday, RJ. All right. Thankfully, this bigger pulley is a lot easier to line up, because once you get the gear tooth one on, let me see if I can. Yep. Once you get the gear tooth on, you get that set properly. You literally have the 2 shims, the bearing, the 2 more shims, and you just push everything together, and that's where the big tooth gear pulley should sit. All right. But Mad Dog, have a good night. Don't work too hard. All right, so there is a completed assembly. So we have a bearing, the small tooth pulley, 2 shims, another bearing, 2 more shims, the large tooth pulley, and another bearing. And then, if that is all done properly, don't move you. We are going to take our closed loop belt, put that around our big gear, and then we take the skinny side of it. And as we do this, the big tooth gear is going to go on the wider side, and it's telling us to kind of pull down on this to kind of pull it through. Now, with this, it does look, we have a little bit of a gap, but That's the way it's supposed to sit. So, let's see if I can. You can see all of the this way. All of those bearings has their own little place that they sit in there. And it kind of keys itself to the proper place. So then after that, we take one of our bigger ones, and that kind of sandwiches in everything. And then we'll be screwing down through. And this one uses M3x40 socket heads. So M3x40 socket heads. Let's see here. You really don't want to stay up there, do you? I don't know why there's rarely, like, it took forever for me to get one of these kits because it just took so long for the kit to come in stock. Okay, so I need, nope, that's the wrong size. Right, there we go. Yep, our 2.5. And so with this, we just have the 6 holes. One on top. I don't know how well. Yeah, you got the 6 holes on top. Each one gets a screw. In this case, it took a bit to get through, but then it goes through. And with this one, you don't want to put too much force on this because you are going into that heat sink. And that heat press that we put on the other side is what you're screwing into. But then it's all plastic in between. So if you screw it down, if you give it too much force, you can either rip that start ripping that heat press through the plastic, or start cracking your 3D printed parts. So especially if you're a newer builder, be careful of that, especially if you don't have a way to easily reprint your parts, because then it's trying to contact someone or trying to get support and seeing if whoever you got your kit from will sit here and replace it if they're even willing, because at that point, I haven't dealt with this before, but you know, I bet you there's some companies out there or some people, if you bought it on like eBay or something, that's like, hey, it's your own fault for doing this. You'll have to pay for a whole new part. So just a word of caution. Let's see here. Voron spec. Oh yeah. I guess there really is no such thing as a Voron spec, but right, guy, I think that's what you're getting at. But the Voron spec is whatever makes it your Voron. But there are kind of like the Pirates Code from Pirates of the Caribbean. They're not so much rules as they are guidelines. That, Rye Guy, is a good callback to earlier in the stream. You got me there. My producer got it right away. I was a bit slower. Yeah, I wish I had the luxury of going to Rye Guy's Voron spec, but unfortunately, if I do crack these, that kind of ends the stream for a bit because I need to wait to get new parts. And I don't have a printer that can print ABS at this time. Or in the case of these parts, these are ASA parts, so I don't have a printer that can do that either. And with those screws, we have... Come on, focus, thank you. One of the 4 assemblies done. Yeah, but RJ, if I were to do that, I'd have to travel during the holidays, and traveling in Florida in a normal day is a nightmare. Okay. So I'd say once we get these 4 done, there's still more work to do on them, but I'm probably going to call the stream after that. Or actually, I can leave it up to you guys. Would you guys like to watch me do the remaining 3 of these on camera? Or would you like, you know, we could sit here and just chat for a bit and then end after that, and I can do them off camera? What would you guys like to see? All right, just waiting to hear back from you guys on whether you want to see me finish up the 4 of these, or if you want me to do them off camera and we can chat for a bit. Let me see. How are you doing, James? You're doing good? So James and I are still good to go. So if you guys would like us to continue and you guys are finding this entertaining, I'll keep going. How long will the stream go? Oh, God. RJ, you've infected James. All right, so I've got... Oh, so RJ wants us to get these done so he can get back to number 1. And then we're good to end the night. I see how it is, RJ. Oh, RJ, you're infecting other people with your 24-hour stream stuff. You've got James going for it. You've got Pat going for it. Okay, right now, these grub screws just want to go everywhere, but stay on the table. Oh, here's a new person. Matt Ross' son. I'm starting to kind of wish I could do a 24-hour stream. Unfortunately, we do have to work tomorrow. See, RJ, now you're just getting ridiculous. 48-hour stream. Okay. We just need to take this, and again, we're lining everything up and letting it fall into its keyed slots. Pull that through. We are good there. And now we get to sit here and screw some more bolts in. Well, thank you, Matt. We have put a lot of work into this. Especially James, who's the guy behind the camera. The amount of work he has put into getting the lights decent and us getting cameras set up properly and everything. Oh, setting up the stream layout. We have been through so many iterations. And I can't thank people enough for coming out and supporting everything we're doing. Like the first stream we had last week, I was amazed because I'd heard so many stories of people struggling just to get one person to come watch their stream, and Stream Metrics sat here and said something like our average viewer count was 20. It was a 2-hour stream. Most people, according to YouTube metrics, people watched half the stream. So we got like 40 watch hours on it. But that was as of yesterday. So I don't know if those numbers have updated. But yeah, second stream, of course, never as much hype as the first one. But the fact that you guys have stuck through and been here with it, that I can't tell you how much that means to me. Having an audience, is huge. And the fact that you guys are getting, at least from what it sounds like, some entertainment from what I'm doing and the chat and everything, that's a big thing for me, because it's honestly why I'm here. I want to sit here and, go on this journey with people. It's not, show the progress, teach people how to do this stuff, show people not to be afraid of doing it. The community here is amazing. And if it's getting into this, if you're just getting into this community, or if you're already in it, they are a great community. I sat here and came from the Linux community originally, where you want to talk about a toxic community. Oh, but everyone in this community is accepting. They put out and for support for each other. It can be a bigger difference from the Linux community to the Maker community. And, you know, being the new guy on the scene, I felt very welcome and wanted to say thanks to everyone that's still here and has been here watching these streams and everything. So you guys are heroes. Or you gals. Let's see here. Howie, you never did it till a year ago. Howie, I'm in that same boat right now. I sat here and started. Oh, you need help with the server projects? We might be able to sit here and see about something. But yeah, Howie, I'm in the same boat. I got into the hobby with for doing, believe it or not, because of Dungeons and Dragons. We sat here and started playing as a group, and that's kind of where I first started really getting to know James from work and everything. And that turned into, hey, let's start using miniatures. And then we saw the prices of miniatures. I'm like, you know, I can buy a 3D printer and we can make these miniatures. So it started there and just turned into this now. It was less than a year later. I'm like, let's go do some streams. And let's see here. Projects. Yeah, if you want to sit here and get some help with doing some server stuff, I can sit here and I'll hit you up in Discord sometime this week and we can talk about it. Let's see here. Matt, you've been a lot more interested in the newer, smaller channels lately. Matt, I can definitely see where you're coming from there. It's one of the things I'm trying not to, the trap I'm trying not to fall into myself is, you know, there is a case where it's, you know, when you start getting printers sent to you and everything, where it's, oh yeah, let me just print this on this $3,000 or $4,000 printer. Well, you know, that's not going to be something your average person's going to get their hands on. So I do want to try to keep this more of the more down-to-earth, friendly type streams. Let's see, you want to get a D&D night going on your projects, wants to get a D&D night going on the Discord. Need someone who wants to DM. Oh, James behind the camera just started shaking his head no. He sat here and did the DM thing for us for a bit, and we've got Foundry. You wouldn't want to do a Foundry game remotely? Yeah, the big thing with doing D&D over Discord is it can get a bit hard with keeping track of character movements and all that projects. There are some virtual tabletops that make it a lot simpler. And yeah, there's like setting up the server and all that. I'm great at. I can set up a Foundry server and all that for people, but I have learned I am not the DMing person. My playstyle does not mesh with the role of DM. Let's see here. Oh yeah, minis is what got me into it. I started with the resin, Howie, and from the minis, I then started wanting to print dice towers and things like that. So it was, okay, what do I need to do this? And so I was down at a Micro Center and happened to find a deal on an Ender 3 for signing up. So I got an Ender 3 V2 for $100, and I don't like that printer. It has given me a lot of headaches. Yay, pizza. Sorry about that. My producer just told me we're getting pizza. And I will not turn down pizza. Pizza is good. Let's see here. RJ used to watch Next Layer. I have noticed that a lot of Next Layer stuff is about, hey, look at this new thing that's coming out. But hey, he's also going over the new stuff. Let's see here. Rye Guy, you heard James volunteer. Oh, James, they really want you to be a DM. Yeah, it's a fun little thing to do. If you can find the big thing with D&D is getting a good DM, because there's two trains of thoughts in DMing. There is the, hey, I'm there to tell a story DM, and that's where you get like your critical roles and your Legends of Vantress and the things that Brennan Lee Mulligan, Dimension 20, where Brennan Lee Mulligan used to do. But then you also have your combative DMs, where their viewpoint is hey, I'm here to run the campaign, and they treat it like a video game, and it's, hey, I'm the DM, it's my job to throw stuff at you and kill you, and it's your job to try and survive. The story ones tend to be a bit more entertaining, because a lot of times your players can feel that they don't have to go through and min-max a character to make this campaign worth it. They can sit here and take that, they can take that spell that has no use whatsoever, but it sits here and makes sense for their background. I actually have not been able to talk to Next Layer Project, so that's actually a really cool thing that he's reaching out to the community and all that. And like the videos he's doing where he's going through and, hey, this is stuff that's available in the open source community, is really nice. I have not played Traveler, Howie. My games were Dungeons and Dragons and Vampire the Masquerade. Havoc, you would be a murder hobo. Or would you be a murder hobbit? Hey, maybe one of these days I'll get to talk to Next Layer. But yeah, but projects, I'll reach out to you in Discord. We can see about server setups and all that. They can take some work, but they can be fun. Okay, so Space D&D. Yeah, Matt, I did the live action vampire, and it was tabletop werewolf that I did. Yeah, D&D 3.5 and vampire were the big games I really liked. I played AD&D, but Thaco can die in a fire. Because that was way too much math for a game. And that's coming from someone that likes math. fifth edition is actually in D&D is actually really nice. It's 3.5 but simplified, because by the time 3.5 ended, like to really get nitty gritty with it, you could sit here and be like, hey, I made a strike, and like 10 minutes later you finally figured out what actually happened with that strike because of all the environmental variables and things like that. John Doe, the Ender 3v2 for conversion is actually, well, not necessarily the V2, but an Ender 3 conversion is definitely something that's on my table, because I happen to sit here and buy a couple of Ender 3 V1s with their frames and everything at a huge discount. Got 2 of them for $40. And so now I have 2 frames because I gutted them for parts, and some stepper motors from that I can then use on a conversion. Oh, D&D, the original D&D. Oh, the new D&D 1 thing. Oh, apparently I'm gonna need to switch out my mic here soon. It's about to die. So we're gonna put the Be Right Back screen up while we switch out mics. All right, we switched mics. Can you guys still hear? Waiting for chat to come through. Can you guys still hear me? Does it still sound good? All right, we gotta hear you clearly. All right. Projects I don't know. Don't have any kids, so I'm not. The only thing I have is from when I used to babysit, and yes, 6-year-olds can do the most random things. But I'm pretty sure you see some really random things actually having a kid, so. RJ, what does your wife say no about? I'm afraid of what you've done. Oh, she can't hear me? I'll still say hi, Nicole. Even if she can't hear me, she can hear it on the replay. But yeah, but anyways, I happen pick up some fairly inexpensive Ender 3 V1s. So I've got 2 frames sitting around just waiting to be done, waiting for something to be done to them. Have a good night, Howie, and thank you for stopping by. Pleasure having you here, and keeping the chat up and everything. So can't wait for your next stream to sit here and hop in there. All right. No, now that I'm not working on a big giant thing, it's a lot easier to pay attention to chat as I'm doing this, so as I'm screwing things in. The little things you learn as you go along. Then again, it also makes me realize I don't know how Steve Bills and Nero and Teslas and all that with the big audiences keep up with all their chat. Because I could bet those things could go fast. Oh, I definitely need one of those automatic screwdrivers. That would make this so much easier. Let's see here. The belted 3D printer kit from Fabrico would be pretty cool for your first build kit. All right. Yeah, RJ. The one thing I learned, because I remember I was going through the stream and you're like, "Oh, you didn't order from the Florida company." Well, unfortunately, like the taxes that Fabrico has to charge us since we're in Florida. Oh, it was kind of insane. But then again, that's Florida. Sales tax is a nightmare here. Yeah. But the advantage is we don't have to deal with state income tax or anything like that, so the mouse pays for all that. Or it did. All right. Let's see. You found them cheaper than West. Be cheaper than West 3D. In this case, I got it on sale at West 3D. So in this case, it was actually cheaper for the 2.4 from West 3D with the printed parts than it was for Fabrico for me. And John Doe, which $16 screwdriver are you talking about? Matt, you turned your Ender 3 into an Ender wire? Hey, those Ender wires are nice. All right, let's collect all of our little shims and everything. That way we don't lose them. Collect the tiny little grub screws. All right, so we have the 4 of those things. And let's see. Mini electric screwdriver cordless set. 42 in 1. John Doe, we might take a look at that. If you're in anybody's Discord, sit here and you can probably find me there and send me a DM. I might sit here and take a look at purchasing one of those, especially if it'll work with the iFixit toolkits, because I happen to have the Manta, and there are quite a few bits in that thing. Okay, well, if you guys are still good to go, so am I. We get our first piece that actually has color. We're away from the black frame. We're away from the black parts. This is the second color that we're going with. Let me... Oh, Brad's streaming? Okay, so let's see here. In order to do this, we need an M5 hex nut. So we have our M5 hex nuts. That's going to get captured right in there. And to put this on, I need M3 by 8 socket heads. Where are my... I was gonna say, I knew I was working with those things earlier. I know there was a whole bag of them. All right. Thanks, John. I'll take a look at that after the stream and everything. Okay. Well, hey, if he's streaming, more power to him. All right, there's our 4 hex nuts. And that honestly just kind of falls in there and sits. So then, apparently, from the streams I've watched and everything, they redesigned this. Those nuts used to be able to fall in to where your... to the gear, the big gear, but apparently after these after they redesigned them, that is not so much of a problem anymore. We're gonna have that. But it is not quite a friction fit on these. So if we can just get one started. That makes the rest of them go by easier. Ah, Richard, thanks for the sub. And which one are you currently building? A Voron, an Enderwire? Good night, projects. I will sit here and reach out to you sometime in the week. Oh, thank you, projects. That's your help has actually you've been a good help with that and everything. Those settings did help us a bit, and the new it's what made us realize we needed the upgraded computer. So And that made it so we upgraded the camera too. So it has actually been quite a bit of helpful. So thank you. Okay, so that's our 3 there. And then we still have the through hole right here so that we can get a bolt all the way down through there, because that's what's actually going to be holding. Those 2 bolts there are where it attaches to the frame. Let's grab another one of these. Let's see. Well, I saw Richard come in here and he just kind of went away, so I don't know if he's still there. Tiny, tiny screws. Let's see. Honestly, hey James, how many people we got in here right now? Oh, we got 12 people. That I'm liking this. Thank you guys for being here. It really means a huge amount to me, especially being so new to this. So, you know, we know that I'm building the Voron now, and my next project is Frax. I have a few ideas for some other things, but is there anything that people are like kind of they haven't seen before or would like to see someone do? You know, I'm up for feedback from the community because, you know, as long as I find, if you guys give me an idea and I find it entertaining, you guys get to see what you want and I get another build out of it. So all right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get these little top parts on. Let's see, what made me decide to give streaming a shot? So, Matt, honestly, I sat here and I've been working with computers and everything for a while. And James, my cameraman that's behind the scenes, you know, he wanted to get a YouTube channel going, and I had seen all these people streaming on YouTube, and I was just like, hey, that seems like it'd be a nice little thing. And, you know, I need a new 3D printer, so why not give it a shot? And so we just sat here and got together, started getting the pieces together, and decided to stream it. And like RJ can tell you, I'd been talking about this thing for months, and it was, oh yeah, it's gonna be this long until I can afford the printer. And that turned in like, it was like, yeah, in 1 month I'll be able to afford a printer. 3 months later, I finally get the printer. And so then after I get the printer, it's okay, now I'm working on setting up all this other stuff. So even after I got the printer, I'd waited around for a while for like a month or two. Just getting everything set up for the stream. But last week we did our first stream, and it's been amazing. The community, the 3D printing community is amazing. They're supportive. And so, you know, it's just been that's what made me want to give it a shot. It was just, hey, I know myself. I've got ADHD, and my producer James here can tell you, like, I am very good at starting a project. I am very good at that. The follow through is where I tend to collapse on. So, building this on stream, it's not just me I'd be letting down for not finishing. I have all of you that have been following along with the project. So it's kind of that, it was also a motivational piece to try and keep me motivated. And so far it's been there. Pat, don't worry, we will eventually get to Linux server stuff. I've already got. I'm keeping an eye out for some old server hardware now, just so I can have another system to run this thing on. No, John. I have not done anything with that. I haven't really done anything with the generative AI or anything like that yet. I'm still waiting to see where this AI thing goes, because believe it or not, AI's been around for a lot longer than the general public has been aware. We just called it something different. We called them neural networks and learning and large language models and stuff like that. And then they just decided to start calling them AIs. And then, hey, Hobo Banana. Yeah, we are working on the Z drive mounts. We're probably going to be ending here soon. But, I want to say thank you for coming on in and everything. We have pizza on the way, and me and my producer, me and James here, have not eaten since 10 this morning. Yeah, and right now it's almost 11:30. So over 12 hours without food at this point. But there we go. RJ, I'm not sure. What brand pizza do we get? Do we get Papa John? Okay, Papa John's. Yeah, so James, if you can switch up to the computer, we'll kind of give. So we just left off here, and thing it wants us to check is make sure that the belt is on there and that it can rotate, which I've been doing that by kind of grabbing the belt and just going back and forth on each of them as I've been putting the parts in. I'm not feeling anything rub against them or anything, so they're smooth. They're kind of smooth on there. But want to kind of go over what we're going to be doing next stream for those of you that are here. RJ, thank you. Mountain Dew good. So we've finished with the main pulley assemblies for the Z's. What we still have left to do is we have the actual stepper motors and getting those mounted. Now, with the stepper motors, LDO says to be careful when you're mounting your Z steppers, because their orientation on their printer is different than what the Voron guide says. Now, I think that might be for just their 250s and 300s, because when I went to the wiring guide for LDO's kits on the 350, their orientation looks to be the same as Voron does because of the extra size. But I'm going to double check and verify that. But so we have to get the pulleys on the motors and everything. And then we'll be mounting the motors to the bottom of the frames. So we're at least going to get through that part in the idlers next stream. It's really going to depend on how fast I can do this, because this is my first Voron that I'm building. And so it's, you can watch all the tutorials you want, but when you get into it, it does change it up a bit. So I'm kind of learning as I'm going along here too, but that's kind of the journey I wanted to bring people on. Someone who's never really done this before. John Doe, have you thought about 3D printing some NAS cases? There's some good designs out there. John Doe, I actually have. I actually saw a 2U rack mount case on printables that I possibly want to do. There's a few of them out there. One is one of them though requires a CNC or a laser cutter, and the other one isn't. But Hobo Banana, yeah, I'm sitting here learning about the tediousness of these Z drives, because oh boy, heat set inserts and linear rails take a while. Repo, I will sit here and keep that in mind, because free pizza, good pizza makes pizza even better. Pizza's always good, but when it's free, it's even better. Let's see here. I'm reading through here, and John Doe, I'll let my producer know that he's doing a good job. He's actually going to grab pizza right now. Hobo Banana, you just got your second 2.4 running last week. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, because I know some people that are having some trouble with theirs, and hopefully this little build can help them. Uh-oh. RJ, was that before or after Shaq took ownership? I just got to know at this point. But yeah, Hobo, I'm hoping that this build process will help other people do this and get them into building printers, because Bamboo and all that makes a great printer if you just want it to print and work. The best way I found to describe them, they are the iPhones of printers. They're locked down, but they just work. You can't really do much customization, but if you just need a workhorse printer, they're pretty good at that. You know, your Prusas, again, your Prusas are your Androids. They sit here and kind of like they're a bit more open than your iPhone, but they just work. But then we're getting into the custom built things here with the Vorons, and it's nothing to really shy away from. And you know, I'm coming from someone that, you know, I've built computers, I've worked with Linux, I've worked with my hands for years. I learned how to solder at the age of 4. But if you have any kind of mechanical aptitude, these things aren't something to shy away from. You never know until you take a shot. But with that, my producer has said that we do have food here, and like we said, we haven't eaten for a while. So I will see you all next week. I'm going to try to keep it the same time, 7 p.m. Eastern time, Sundays. We're trying to stick to that for now. And you know, I'll see some of you guys out in other people's streams. If not, maybe Discord, and look forward to hearing from y'all. But other than that, y'all have a good evening, and I'm gonna go get some food because I'm hungry.